Good evening, hello to everybody watching this on the VOD later on YouTube or wherever. Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm a character and creature concept sculptor and character artist, illustrator, a bunch of different jobs under my belt. And what I do on these streams is I usually just take a sphere like this starting one, and I just kind of mash it around into a whole bunch of different shapes and kind of see where it goes from there. It's not really anything specific to a pipeline or a production or anything like that. This is quite literally just a sketchbook session just to have fun. There's no like specific concept art that we're working off of or anything. We're just making ideas as we go. That's the whole idea here, so just have fun. So it's also like a question session, so I'm going to be talking to chat a lot. If you guys have any questions that you have, feel free to ask. That's usually how it goes. Otherwise, yeah, I'm just gonna start mashing some clay around and see where it goes. Y'all cool with that? While people trickle in, though, I won't start just yet. Wait, maybe a couple more seconds, because I sent out the announcements for people, and then I'll get started. But if you're wherever you're watching, make sure to subscribe and follow Pixelogic/Maxon, because there will be other artists on this channel. There always are, and they're very, very talented. Actually, ZBrush has been doing this thing recently where they take ZBrush Central posts, like people who have done ZBrush Central posts, and they will ask the artist that does something that gets to top row, and they will do like a whole breakdown session with Paul and that artist on this channel. And the latest one was with Alexander Lee. Fantastic artist who actually animates like kind of stop motion like inside of ZBrush. So that was really cool to see him doing that as well. It was something I kind of want to try myself, so I recommend you go and check that out. Anyways, we're gonna get started. I think that was a good enough little intro. Again, if you have any questions as I'm going, it's just going to be a chill sketching session. Feel free to ask. But yeah, we're just going to work on silhouette mostly. I'm actually feeling kind of like I want to start with some kind of like a humanoid-ish head shape, just right off the bat. I was working with this earlier. I gotta reset my brushes. If any of your brushes, by the way, end up getting like all messy as you're working, you can always go into the brush palette right here, scroll to the bottom, and then just say reset current brush or reset all brushes. I'm just gonna reset all my brushes because I've had ZBrush open for a little while and I've been making a whole bunch of random insert mesh brushes and things like that, so I'm just gonna that. Hey Matt, how you doing? 1 a.m. in Kenya. That's so cool that man, I always get like so blown away that people from the other side of the world just like show up. It's actually super cool. You should probably go to sleep though. 1 a.m. I mean, I'm being hypocritical, but sleep is good. It's a VOD. You can watch that. It looks like a superhero. Hey Reaper. It's 11 there. You should also probably... Well, 11's not too bad. I couldn't sleep last night until like 3 a.m. Even though I got into bed super early. I'm trying to like change my sleep schedule so it's not so stupid. And I can actually wake up and get like proper sunlight. I don't know. Crazy concept, right? I also changed the brightness on my monitors because I've been getting like bad eye strain, which is no bueno. No bueno. What if we do like a, I don't know, like a Sphinxy type thing? Ooh. What if could do something more like some like cat paws or something? It's like a really rainy, chilly, not chilly, like it's warmish, but it's like rainy and blah today. I think I'm emanating that vibe anyways. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep kind of pulling things out, adding primitives and moving them around, letting them be nice and mushy. I'm not really like too set on anything in particular right now. I think get the jaw to come out more. I'm thinking like maybe actually some like wider. I'll do like a, I think I want to do like a flat nose type thing. Feels a little bit better in terms of like the silhouette. Kill that stuff. Bring that out. Get like one of these guys going. I don't usually start working higher resolution until much further on. Hey Pro, how's it going? How you doing? Grab like the eye socket here. Make sure that that is working. A lot of the time I'll leave it like nice and messy like this, right? But like I'm still thinking about the bone structure, even though it's like really low res. Like the bone structure and kind of like how you can get that to work with a limited amount of information, because then you end up getting a stronger silhouette out of everything, a better foundation. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Just kind of sleepy today. Hey, Sobero, how are you? I am good. Lucina. Hi, Reth. How goes? I said Sphinx right off the bat, and then I ended up not going that way, but I'm actually thinking I could still go that way, right? Let's see. I tend to change my mind a lot when I'm in the early stages of just sketching random stuff, because different shapes kind of show up, and I'm like, ah, it's a cool shape. And then I end up going with that specifically. And this, we can make this into kind of like, sort of like paw-like gesture-y things. I think I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try making these like paws. Fun. Hey Ben, from Italy. Hello from Canada. Boom, boom. Fingers and arms are a bit painful, so being a little cautious with mousing. You're doing some writing instead? Oh, your fingers. Oh, geez. Yeah. Take a break. Yeah. Yeah, if you're starting to feel pain, you should not push through the pain. You should always take a break. And think about maybe like getting like an ergonomic mouse pad or something like that to help prop your wrist up a little bit more, so you're not having as many issues. Ergonomics are so important. Like I was just talking about how I switched my my Cintiq brightness. I turned that pretty far down, like the backlight on it, because it's not good like for your eyes, like the eye strain that it gives you. It's like real not fun. You're supposed to like only use a Cintiq for apparently like 4 hours a day or something. It's like, yeah, but how does that work with a with an art life, you know? What about hard surface? Do you like to make that? Yeah. Hard surface, it's one of those things though that after the block out stage, it's very like, yeah, like I find that I just kind of go into like this zen state. I'm not really thinking as much anymore, and it's more of like, that's like the labor part of it, right? Like less of the less like artistic, more just like you're cleaning everything up that you've already decided. So a lot of the time I just leave my sketches really rough when it's hard surface stuff, like for my own personal things, just because like it takes so much time to clean it up a lot of the time, and I just get bored very quickly, unless of course I'm doing it for a client, right? In which case that's different. But if I'm doing it for myself, like I'm just like, I get bored. I see what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to see if I could get like some kind of a creepy like feline thing going on without it, but it's kind of just looking fish lippy. So I don't think that that's gonna work. Like if anything, it would need to come out more, but looking fish lips. So I'm gonna nix that idea. A lot of the time, if this doesn't work, just smooth it over, try again. That works better. Yeah. That out. No eyelids yet. I'll get them eyelids in. The idea is to actually, I think with the eyelids, I'm probably gonna make them look a little bit. I want to try and get them to be pretty thin, actually, I'm thinking. These guys. I think maybe. Let's just say screw it. Let's go full furry. Let's get the ear. Let's get. You'll see me like deleting stuff a lot. Like that's usually my process, is I will put things down and delete them and then put different thing down and delete it until I get something that I like. Like if I'm just kind of doing whatever. Just a lot of deleting. I'm not married to anything that I do in my work, and you shouldn't be either. Just kill it all. Imp. On your Cintiq, you literally wake up to you're on your Cintiq from when you wake up until you sleep. Yeah, dude, you should probably lower the brightness on that. I understand like if you're in like a really like brightly lit room, it can be pretty bad, especially like if you have the light right over top of you, the glare is really bad, in which case just like get a different lamp, put it behind you so it's not putting glare on the Cintiq, and lower the backlight so it's not so bad on your eyeballs. How would I tackle sculpting a character creature based on narrative or backstory and not just exploring what you usually like? So if a character had, like if it was a very specific character, let's say from a book, and they had a description, then I would jot all of these things down, right, in point form, like what specifically these things would be. I'd have already my idea of what those descriptors would be put together in my head, and I would look for references based on those descriptors, right, and what I felt those descriptors leaned more towards. And I would just kind of get like a mood board overall for it, and then I would play around with different silhouette shapes and things like that, because when you have a descriptor for characters from books and things like that, usually it's not like super exactly specifically precise about exactly how the clothing looks and everything like that. You just get an idea, and everybody has like their own idea of what the character would look like. So to get a mood board of that and explore different avenues, because essentially like the first idea that comes to your head isn't always the best one. It can be, but it isn't always the best one. So it's the idea of like exploring multiple different silhouettes and multiple different ways that, you know, these descriptors can be applied is important. So reference is key, and starting off with a generalized mood board is usually how I would go about it, and then past that, if I like a certain thing that I've been working on, you know, like one specific silhouette, or, you know, avenue that I went down, then I will start to build a reference board specifically for that avenue. If I'm doing like a specific thing or a finalized project or working for a client, etc., like, yeah, I'll use PureRef. I use PureRef for that. But if I'm just like right now, like just like sketching, it's kind of fun to just kind of just go on it, you know, just go off of whatever. But yeah, if you want to improve, you should always be using reference. You know, you're not really impressing anyone except for the inexperienced people, or people who, like, you know, who have never done art before in a different. The only people you're gonna impress by saying I don't use any reference are like literally people who don't do art for a living. They're like, I need to look at a picture to make something look good. Like, yeah, that's normal. That's you should. The more you do, though, like the more that you can reliably get decent stuff out without like using reference as a crutch. There's a difference between using reference like just like, you know, the way you're supposed to, and like using it as like a crutch. That's why it's like it's good to like balance it in the sense of sometimes, you know, do things from your head just for fun, but just know that if you want to get better, you should be using reference. Especially with anatomy, there's no way that you're gonna improve with anatomy unless like you're learning from life, right? So. Yes. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to make this a quadruped again. I did a quadruped the last time, so I'm thinking this might be a little bit weird because I really want to make this like cat-like, but I don't know if it will end up in that direction. So right now it just looks like a little car. Beep beep. The imp car is coming through. Whee! Do you like to use Sculptris? Sculptris Pro it's like got its place for me. I'm more of like you can see that I like to like push around low poly stuff. But Sculptris Pro definitely has its place for certain things like fingers and like anything that's close together. Even like I've used it for like teeth and things like that, but I don't really block out with it. There's a lot of people who do. I just find that like the control of it, I like to go pretty quickly, and I make a lot more mistakes with Sculptris Pro personally, just because I like to move things pretty quickly, and like I don't like to think about my specific actions with the brush. It's like Sculptris Pro is constantly putting down, it's constantly putting, what's it called? Topology, like new topology down. It's adding new topology all the time, so yeah, I don't like this. This is kind of stupid. Let me fix this. What part of the body is the hardest to sculpt? For me, whenever I have to sculpt knees in certain poses, I get super tripped up with knees. I have to go back to the reference board a lot of the time to try and figure that out. I know it sounds like super random, but knees are like really weird when you have them, like when a leg is like bending like sideways-ish or whatever. Like let's say like you've got your like ankle on the ground, like here's your foot on the ground, and like the knee, it's like you always have like this idea of like, oh, I want to like twist it, but the knee doesn't twist, it's on a hinge, it goes back and forth. But for whatever reason, when I'm doing like my gesture things, it's a shorthand that I need to get out of, like a habit that I need to get out of. Shorthanding is twisting the knee, to not twist the knee. Hey Zan, what's up? No IM foot? Could be an IM foot. We'll see. What's up, Ghost? The best way to study anatomy for sculpting would be I know this is gonna sound so pretentious and annoying, but like just do it. So find ways to do it that's exciting. I wouldn't just like start doing an entire crochet right off the bat, you know what I mean? Like I'm coming from somebody who gets bored and antsy very quickly, okay? So if you're like that, then this will help you. Make it fun. So advice that I give to people is like, let's say you want to study arm anatomy. One, you have to break things down into chunks because you'll get overwhelmed if you just do an entire body right off the bat, which I do recommend doing gesture things and getting the overall proportions down. Understanding proportions first off without like putting muscles down or anything like that is very important. So overall body proportions is something that you just kind of have to like grit your teeth and just do. But besides that, like actually learning like the insertion points and how things look if you turn them and twist them certain ways, etc. I would say like theme it, right? So what's something that you really like? Let's say you really, really like pirates. Maybe pirates are your favorite thing for whatever reason. Then you want to like break down anatomy. So you're like, okay, I want to do an arm. Okay, why don't you do like a decrepit old pirate arm? You still have to study anatomy as you're doing it, but now you've themed it. So you're also putting rings in there and like, you know, maybe you give him a knife or something, right? And then it makes it interesting. It makes it like, oh, there's other things to it than just like, where does this muscle go? Where does this muscle go? It helps you retain things more. That's coming from like my perspective anyways. Like I have a hard time doing something that I'm not like genuinely interested in. And retaining that information. So that's usually how I learn things, is just find a way to make it fun. And that's how you would, is theme it in a sense that like you're interested in that topic and you would like to design it around that, right? And that would go with like anything too, right? Like let's say, you know, you really, really like dogs or something like that, but you need to learn human anatomy. Okay, well then think about like making it sort of like take like a leg, for example, but like what would it look like if like it was kind of half dog, half human? You'd still have to learn like the human anatomy, you'd have to learn how the leg functions, but then like maybe the skin has you know, some stuff going on with it that makes it more dog-like, you know, things like that. But you still have to like learn human anatomy. Even if you want to be a creature artist, you need to know human anatomy, because in this industry, most creature stuff that is done professionally is not like, it's not actually like a bunch of you know, really out there aliens and things. There's going to be the occasional project that needs that, but it's actually few and far between. The most stuff that like creature work that is out there is like things like zombies and like, you know, you gotta like burn skin and like wounding and things like that, right? Like it's a lot more like humanoid based monsters and creatures. So once you understand that, then you realize, oh, I really do gotta learn human anatomy in order to do all of this, right? Like that's it also improves your animal anatomy as well, because like humans, we all know what people look like. Not everybody knows exactly what every single animal looks like, because we don't see animals every day. We see like people every single day. We also see ourselves every single day in the mirror. So we're very like critical as to what a proper person's anatomy should look like. So you can get away with things a little bit more when it comes to animals and realistic animal anatomy and things like that. And even just like bashing things together, you can get away with a lot of stuff and make it look like it makes sense, even if it doesn't to like somebody who's like a biologist or something. But with humans, like you definitely can't. VR sculpting and programs you would recommend for that? So right now, like, I'm not just like saying this either because like I have to or anything. ZBrush is still my favorite sculpting software. It just is the most robust and the easiest on the eyes and neck, to be fair. When I'm sculpting in VR, my eyes get really tired really fast. And so do, like, I have shoulder problems too, so that can be an issue as well. It does feel nice for gesturing though, I will say that. I like VR for the gesture of things. I actually like using, what's it called? Gravity Sketch. Like, it's not like super advanced or anything. But I like it because you're using like that idea, like, you know how in ZBrush I'm doing a lot of stuff low poly, like low res. I really like doing that. So it's kind of the same thing with Gravity. And then there's the other one, which is, what's it called again? I just clicked them, I can't even remember the name. Medium. Medium is like you're using Sculptris Pro all the time. So it's kind of like its own standalone. Again, most robust is ZBrush, better sculpting program in general. But if you want a VR thing to play around with, those are the two that I screw around with often. They don't really make it into my workflow though, just because it's kind of like I guess for like concepting, it sometimes I've done some stuff in concept related. It's nice to like put on your VR set and then be like right there with your sculpt and like see what it would look like. Like, let's say, you know, it was like this big monster or whatever, what it would be like if you're like sitting on the ground looking up at your like big monster dude. You know, that's kind of cool. But overall, it doesn't really make it into my my workflow. It's sort of just a thing that I like to do because it's fun. No, ZBrush is definitely better for sculpting than Blender is. Blender is really not so much optimized to handle large amounts of polygons at once. I mean, like, guys, like, there's definitely a reason why I'm streaming here. Like, the program, it's very good. not being paid to say that either. Like the ZBrush is a very, very good program for sculpting. Yes, ZBrush can import and export FBX files. It can actually do quite a few different files. I don't know what that entire list entails, but there's like a bunch of them. Yeah, kind of like a gargoyle-like thing, it seems like. Seems like it's just going in the direction. I keep saying, oh, maybe I'll put some like cat-like elements. It's not happening. Like... that bot, random texting? Is there... oh, Nightbot? Yeah, so Nightbot is... Nightbot is just like the ZBrush Lives channels bot that just kind of gives you info as time goes on. Thank you, Ovruk. I appreciate it. My drawings are my sculpts. I haven't posted any of my drawings in a little while. I should get back to drawing. There's so many things that I want to do. I feel like there's just not enough time to do all of it. Actually, I kind of like the idea of like a really long gargoyle. I'm gonna make a really long boy gargoyle. So that'll be the cat element. Long gargoyle. Slug gargoyle. Slugoyle. Yeah. Yeah, like. Twisty! I love twisting muscles around. Ooh, I was very surprised. I kind of just want to like really open up the eye socket here. Give him more of that forehead bump crown thing going on. I can never remember anatomy names, by the way, so can't. The cranium, like the front part of the cranium, I always forget what that's called. Long boy! Yes. Big, long boy. But tiny eyes. Tiny, very sunken eyes. Like kinda. This on flat. Maybe not like as like open. Needs more forehead. This guy. Have I done any game character modeling? Unfortunately, no. I do mostly animation and film. But with the subject matter that I'm interested in, you would think. But no, I don't do games. I'm not opposed to the opportunity if it ever arises. But right now, I am mostly do animation. Which I guess again is like why the way that I sculpt kind of came to be, right? Because in animation, a lot of the shapes that you deal with are very simplified. And so keeping things low res helps a lot with that. And I guess it's kind of just evolved from there, right? Thinking about like the bones underneath, that's why it is that's why I'm doing it like this. So the teeth coming around right here would have a rounded appearance, and then it would come down into the jawbone. I have decided I do not want to do the weird cleft thing that I was doing here. You'd have like a lot of the loose skin on top, which can always add in afterwards. Make sure that this has some kind of muscle going on in there. The actual back part of the jaw. Yes, it is nice and crispy chunky right now, which Dynamesh will... You'll see. Dynamesh is our friend with all of this stuff. Don't want this to be so like squared off. I think I will bring that in more. And I think having the cheekbone at the side come out more, kind of monkey-like, right? Yeah. Planes. This. It's the most horrific thing I've ever sculpted. Horrific. Probably, what was Krampus was, in my opinion, I still love that sculpt. I still love my Krampus sculpt. I mean, like, anatomically, I think I could do better now, but I like the idea of it. Yeah, big monster ball guy. No big deal. Ooh, it's a Shane Olsen. I don't know if you're still here. I was yeah, I was kind of like in the zone. Guys, if you don't know Shane Olsen, you should know Shane Olsen. He's another sculptor here on the ZBrush Live channel, and he's incredibly good at the low poly and like kind of keeping everything really basic shapes and then building off of that. Like, he's really good at doing that and explaining it as well as he goes. So check him out. He's also into animation and stylized stuff, so definitely check him out. Oh, I did not sculpt Krampus for the movie. No. I made my own version, like my own idea of what I would like to see Krampus as. It's pretty nasty, and some people got very offended by it, which, you know. If I ever tried to sculpt myself one time, like a long time ago, I'm not one for self-portraits. I like to express myself in other ways than showing my face. I find that sculpting my own person is very dissociative for me. Like, I get very like, it doesn't feel like it's me anytime that I'm sculpting, even if I have the likeness or drawing myself or anything. Even in school, like, it never felt like I was looking at, if I look at myself too long, I don't feel like I'm looking at me anymore. It's really weird. Oh my god, I remember a couple of late nights at school having to do like a self-portrait, because I was looking at myself so much I stopped thinking it was me, so I scared myself in the bathroom mirror multiple times. So stupid. Can I explain the Boolean really quick? Yeah, so the Boolean, let's see. I'll just do it like really basic. Let me just save this really quick because sometimes I crash if I go too crazy with my Booleans, and my ZBrush has been open for a little while, so hold on. Let me grip this. Okay. Okay, so just do this really easy. So if you want to Boolean something, we can just duplicate this to make it really simple. Let's say you wanted to use this sphere to cut like this piece off, right? All you have to do is get live Boolean, which you can find in render. So if you don't have it on your UI, right here, your live Boolean button, okay? So you have to turn that on to even start seeing the Booleans happen. So if you want something, let's say you have your subtool selected that you want to do the cutting, right? So this is the one to be cut. This is the one here. I'll even color code them so it's easier. RGB, and then this one can be blue. So blue is the one doing the cutting. Red is the one that is going to be cut. This looks like a nucleus, like an atom or something like that. Like we're just gonna start talking about chemistry here. Okay, so this is going to be the one to cut. So you will want to, as you can see over in your subtool, you have this little icon right here. If you click on one of these icons in your subtool, you can see that it changes the action that happens. Okay, so this one, you can see the two circles with the smaller circle. That is your one that's going to actually cut away. You can view it live. You can actually just like start moving this around wherever you want, the cut one, and it will apply that. You can even scale it. You can even start like duplicating it around as well, like so, right? And it works as long as you're doing that within the same subtool. And as you can see, it's applying the both the topology and wait, hold on. Can I see right here? So you can't see it yet because I have not applied it, but it will apply the topology and it's going to apply the color as well. So you can do that with like a whole bunch of trims and things like that. If you do it like this, basically what you're doing is you're saying, I want to cut away from that original piece. I want to cut away from, if we turn off live Boolean, I want to cut away, Mickey Mouse now. I want to cut away from the red one and kind of just cut away from what the blue one is as well and only have where it's intersecting, right? And so then that's what that is right there. So you can use these pieces as like a way to kind of grab little bits and parts or whatever as well. But this is the main one that is used a lot of the time, is the middle button. So that's how you would do that. And so anytime you add a new thing, it's not going to automatically start cutting through. So you can just kind of like place it wherever you like. Right, let's say you want to like cut it right here. Then you just click that and all of a sudden now you're going to have that applied. But notice it's taking the topology. So if you start subdividing that one to, you know, the one that you just appended, you're going to actually see the topology change, right? So that's important as well. And then let's say this is what you wanted. You're good with this. Wait, before I start that, before I do that, sorry, I'm a little bit all over the place. I know, I apologize. You see this little arrow right here, how you click on it and it says start, right? So that means anything below that will be applying to this. What I like to do with Booleans personally is create folders for different pieces. Like let's say I'm like Boolean, like, you know, an arm or something like that. I will literally just make a folder and then shove everything under that for that, just because it's better for my own brain to understand it. And then that way you can actually turn things on and off easily for when you want to Boolean specific pieces. Because once you have, you know, all of these pieces done, and then let's say, you know, you've got this other piece up here outside of it that you don't, that you don't want to be Booleaned, then you can just turn everything off and then only turn on the Boolean part, so that when you go down into Boolean right here and then click on Boolean mesh, it will only create, right? So it's creating the Boolean object from that. If you don't do that and you have everything turned on and you say make Boolean mesh, it will grab everything and put it all together, right? So that's not fun. That's not like what you want to do. You want to do it like individually, personally, and then grab them and pull them back into your project. Yeah. So hopefully that helped. Very beautiful Boolean mesh. Very gorgeous. A Boolean? A Boolean? I bully people. Do I ever suffer from burnout? How do you sculpture all the time and stay positive? See, you only see me on stream, and a lot of the time I can't even hide if I'm like low energy and down too. I do my best to be upbeat all the time, but 90% of my life is in like this comatose state. So that's one thing you don't see. It's hard to view art on social media, right? Because you think all these artists, all they're doing all the time is just creating, and they're all just like so happy to be creating, but it's not true, man. It's just not true. You need to have a balanced life. And me personally, like, I have a lot of issues with anxiety, with like focus, with, you know, even depression and things. I'm not always happy. I'm not always like on the ball. A lot of the time, if it's a task that I have to do that I'm like not particularly able to focus on, I've literally sat here start crying because it's like, why won't my brain work? You know? So that's just it. Like, you gotta find things to kind of like distract you when you're getting like that too. Is just, if it's not working, get up and walk away from it. Like, you know, inside your head you might be saying like, I have to work. Like, no, you don't always have to work. And I'm being hypocritical here, okay? I know that I am, but these are true words. Like, you really need to get up and walk away and try do something else and reframe, and then come back when you're calmed down. Like, I don't know, like even like go for a run or wear yourself out. Like, if you're high anxiety like me, or like you've got like 10,000 different thoughts at once all the time, sometimes it helps to just like wear yourself out in some way. Even just like hyper focusing on like a puzzle. I know that sounds weird. Sometimes I open puzzle games like, and I just do puzzle games on my phone or something like that, or I will literally like go for a walk, but like with a specific thing in mind that I have to look out for. Like, I know it sounds stupid, but like I spy games and stuff like that when I'm out like walking the dog, things like that. Like, it can kind of help. It kind of like wears you out. It gives you like something else to focus on, and that can be good for, you know, just like your mood in general. But if you're having like extreme issues, like extreme mood problems where like you cannot get anything done, it's interfering with your life, you need to go and talk to somebody about that. There's probably something that they can help you with, like guide you with, even if you don't want, like, you know, I'm not giving like medical advice or anything, and I'm not a doctor, so don't listen to me about any of that. But you know, if you don't want to take medication, even like, you know, different ways of time management skills and like, you know, habit building and things like that, or there's a lot of things that therapy can do to help you in ways that maybe you didn't realize you needed. So it's okay if you're sad a lot, though. It's okay. Like, you know, it's a thing, man. I'm not happy all the time. I'm really not. Do I have a bunker for a nuclear war? No, I don't. I do not. I'm sorry for laughing. It just is like kind of an awful thing to be talking about right now, to be honest. Do I rig and animate your characters or just sculpt? I used to animate. I came from an animation background, but I don't animate my own characters. I have since stopped animating. So yeah, I just sculpt these days. Sculpt and draw and paint. Take pictures. You know. Kind of find like what things you like to do and you start working on that. It's good to look through a bunch of different mediums and explore what you think, you know. Maybe you think that you might like a certain medium and try something else and you're like, actually, I like this medium, you know? Going back to the mood thing too, like there's like there's also this like really awful mindset that I think a lot of like inexperienced artists slash like people who have never gotten really like into the arts themselves have, of like the like a romanticized version of like, oh, if you're so sad, like just channel it into your art. I mean, like there's like some truth to it, but also it's mostly toxic the way that it's received. Like if you are able, like if you're able to kind of channel some of it into a release piece, right, then it can be helpful. But if you're unable to do that, like it's not helpful. In fact, it's actually like really toxic to think that having to create anything while you're super sad or low energy is like even doable. Like I know, like if I'm having a panic attack, I'm not gonna channel my panic attack into my art. Like, what do you want me to do? Unplug my Cintiq and throw it out of my window? Because that's what would happen. You know, like it doesn't really work that way. So just give yourself the opportunity to just say, I'm more than my productivity. I'm a lot more than my productivity. I deserve to be more than my productivity. Looks a little bit like silly. What's up, Angelus? No worries, hold my drink. Go hold your drink somewhere. That was lame. I'm sorry I even said that. My bad. Do you rig and animate your characters or just sculpt? I got that one. I bully myself. Yes, I do. It's a lonely life. You find cost big. Great, get out. Don't. Well, okay, so being an artist can be lonely. It depends on your frame of mind. It really does. And this is coming from somebody who's very I wish-wash through the different types of existentialist thinking, like all of the different schools of thought. So I find a lot of comfort in looking into different philosophies. And it's interesting to think that, like, you know, depending on where you are in your life, you're not always going to be thinking the same thing, because your brain is, you're only able to really like think the way that your brain can contextualize itself in its current moment, in its current state of like what chemicals are affecting it right now, right? So if you're depressed, you're depressed, but like if you're not depressed, it's hard to really put yourself in that position. You can sympathize with it, right? And you can remember how you remember it making you feel, but you don't actually genuinely remember exactly how low it was. It's sort of like, it's also like something to do with like a defense mechanism that your brain has as well, to keep you in certain mindsets, blah blah blah, whatever. But a lot of the things that like actually help me is looking up different, like what have philosophers, can't even speak, dude, what have they been saying through the years, you know? Because a lot of the things that you might be thinking yourself that is making you feel lonely, dude, somebody in ancient Greece in their like basement with like 7 dogs and no job has already thought of that, like, and made an entire like 10 books based on it, you know? Like so every time you think like, God, nobody understands me, no, somebody in like ancient Rome or Greece or something like that has already said all of this, all of it, okay? Just go read about it and you're gonna be like, wow, okay, maybe I'm not alone. Maybe a lot of people think the way that I think, and I just need to like say it or like put it out there in maybe a different light to connect with people. And I think a big thing is connection, right? Is, can you connect with people? And you feel less alone if you can just, even if somebody agrees with you on something, it makes you feel less alone. But if you really want to get down to like the super existential stuff, like, you know, like an anatomical level, you break ourselves down into like little atoms, little atoms, right? You'll never even touch somebody, technically speaking, when you hug them. You're really alone, super alone. Because your atoms, they'll never technically, you know? Just saying. Yeah, that's right. But it all comes down to mindset. Like, how do you frame this? How can you frame it? Can you find a way to frame it in a way that's more positive for your life? And that's not to say, like, you know, you should be ignoring how you're feeling either. Because if you ignore that and say, no, everything has to be positive, everything has to be like super happy, and I'm just gonna feel happy, like it's just a mindset, ignore these feelings, compartmentalize them, like, dude, that's, you put too many things in a bottle, it's gonna bust open, you know? Like, it's not, that's not, you can't do that. You gotta deal with your feelings. So it's about working through it rather than putting it away and not dealing with it. And some things are really hard to work through. And that's okay. But like I said, give yourself the space and time to say, I am worth more than my productivity. Look at these busted arms. Yo, your arms are busted, dude. You're looking weird. You're looking kind of sus. This is kind of sus. Not gonna lie, it's kind of sus. Yeah, exactly, John. It's hard to imagine being in my anxiety state when I'm out of it, and hard to imagine being out of it when you're in it. Yes, and that's where it's like important to understand that you are only experiencing yourself in context. Because it's like kind of a crazy thing, and also it kind of pulls you outside of yourself, which I actually think is not necessarily about, like, you know, too much of doing that, like dissociating from yourself is like not good and actually a disorder in itself. But if you take time to realize that, you know, the way that you're thinking in this moment is only in this moment, and it will change, and brains are malleable like that, it kind of makes it easier. Specific triggers and you can avoid them, that's very good. Yeah, that's good. Socrates on AC Odyssey, and you're always like, ugh, shut up, Socrates. Socrates out here, man. Oh my god. Oh, dude, this is sussy. I don't like this. This is really sus. I Can I like merge this down, fix it? I think I'm trying to dive back into ZBrush. Been writing a lot the last few years, not done much art. You're thinking of redoing a pendant you made for your girlfriend. Not sure if you should do it as a locket or another pendant. Well, I mean, you know her best, right? So think about, you know, what would you like? But yeah, jump in. Do it in 3D. Print it out. That would be cool. Realizing that facing your fears applies more to physical fears. It actually, I feel like it specifically is directed specifically to your thoughts. Like fear exists only in your head. So, and I know like if you take that at face value, it's also toxic to think that way because, you know, sometimes you can't help it. You know, you have an anxiety disorder or whatever. I'm not really referring to that, but if you can fight it within yourself, then you're doing good. I get scared still. So, I'm not one to talk. I can't even properly answer the phone without having like hot flashes. My hands getting sweaty, so I don't know, man. I'm like, oh god, I'm gonna get like absolutely murdered over the phone. It's like nonsensical. Dude used his computer way too much. It's got that neck bump. Crimp, yes. Dude is a mad gamer, man. Yeah. He plays a lot of Valorant, actually. Speaking of Reddit, have you guys seen r/place? The April, they started again on April Fools. Absolutely ridiculous. r/place is so funny, man. Dude, I was so upset, okay? Because, like, I was so upset with r/place specifically because I looked at what, like, people were doing for Canada, like the Canadians from, like, our Canada, were in there. They couldn't even make the flag, dude. It was so pathetic. The Canadians couldn't even make the Canadian flag. It was just this big, like, ball of red. It was so bad. Like, what are you guys doing? Woo, go Canada! Yeah! Yeah, it turned into a banana. I know. So funny. Which software do I use for retop? I do use ZBrush sometimes for smaller things, but most of the time I'll just go over to Maya. Yeah, I'll just end up going over to Maya. Who's feeling anxiety? Oh no, sir, we were just like talking about mental health and like how like people assume that like I'm positive all the time, but I'm not. I'm not always positive. It's just on stream, right? Like if you're viewing everything through a social media lens, you don't see what it's like outside of social media. Canada was clean, no issues at all. Then what happened? What the f— I didn't see it in 2017. I only saw it like recently. Oh my god, it's like absolutely pathetic. If I can get this to actually look halfway decent, I have to pull this guy up here. And then this one. We were targeted. Yeah, okay. I think that the Canadians were just— they were huffing a little bit too much, you know. You prefer that for retop? You talking about 3D coat? Oh, no, I have not tried 3D coat. Well, no, I tried 3D coat like a while ago, but not recently. And look at that butt. Okay, I'm gonna bring this over to T-Pose Master to actually fix whatever is going on here, because I do not like it. I'm just going to do a couple of things to adjust the posture and stuff, which I usually do this if I'm not liking how something is going. I'll just bring it over to T-Pose. These two things are inwards, so this will come in closer. That looks weird. It's got a little bit more room to breathe. Nice and twisty. Maybe I should just like really chunk that out. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna switch where the elbow is because this is not working. It's gotta twist more. Twisty, twisty. Oh yeah, the whole Christian thing with them? Yeah, that was super weird. I totally forgot about that. It's really, really strange to... I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't really have too many words on it, so it was weird. Excuse me! As soon as I start talking about it, I have to expel demons by sneezing. Look at that. It's real. Dude's got like some major scoliosis. But dudes, yo, like scoliosis is hot, right? I see everybody drawing women with scoliosis, so. Also, not making fun of anybody who has scoliosis. If you guys got scoliosis, that sucks ass, and I'm sorry. You got scoliosis? That sucks, man. You have to regularly go to the doctor to get, like, corrections and stuff? I knew somebody in art school who had that, and we had to paint a mural together. She was having a really hard time with it. It really sucked, and the teacher wasn't giving her any, like, any leeway either. Your cat wants to be pet? Does it keep saying your mouse hand making me shoot? Well, cat's a gamer. Cat's a gamer, dude. Get your cat a Twitch channel. The alien have a name? Slytherin. Garden snake. I don't know. Yo, let's do the goblin shark thing. Imagine to open your eyes in the morning and see the yeah. Or at night if you've got sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis. Just saying, that sucks. So when I had sleep paralysis, my sleep paralysis demon didn't really look like a specific thing. It was like a humanoid, very tall humanoid shape. But it was very hard to make out exactly what it was. Very like much a silhouette. Adding some gravity onto him. Like his hips being out like that, maybe add more of like the actual muscle here. The private area. Come forward. We won't get into exactly, it'll just be nice and suggestive. There we go. A bit too much muscle here. Have that come up into the rib area. The what's it called? The abductor. That names. Comes right beside your abs though and connects. Can do a whole bunch of that nonsense there. And that needs to come further down. These. One more. Sorry, I wanted to focus. Did I sculpt this from zero? Did you start with a basic model or anything? Nah, this is from a sphere. Yeah, we're just having fun. Where are his feet? Leaving the best for last, Triple. Get a dog like Monty? Oh, he's only chill when he's sleeping, dude. Like Griefer said, he's only chill when he's sleeping. He's not chill when another person wants to say hi to him. He doesn't like people, so he's chill when he's in this room with me, just chilling. But like anytime somebody's like, "Oh my god, you're so cute," he just turns into the biggest dickhead. So maybe don't get a dog like mine. Planet of the Apes demon, kinda, yeah. Yeah, he's a little bit monkeyish. More of a horse than apes. True. Or it's like outwards. I'm doing that whole like I'm gonna do like that goblin shark thingy. Hey Alexis! How important is music for you while sculpting? Do you have a special playlist to get in the zone, or do you consider it so important? Cabby, it really depends. I go in and out of it. It depends. If I'm having issues focusing, I find there's specific music that will help it and specific music that will not help it. I can't listen to high-pitched lyrics while I'm working. Things like, think about like, or any like strained singing or anything like that. I can't like deal with something like Adele, for example. Like, I can't listen to that if I'm working on art. It's too like, it makes me feel like I need to like breathe for them. Like, oh my God, take a breath. Like, you're straining, you're trying so hard when you're singing. So that actually is very distracting. But if you have something very like melodic, like even music like this, it's got a very like specific beat, kind of like a metronome, it can kind of help. But when you start putting in too many lyrics, yeah, like I get all like messed up. I absolutely cannot do country music. No, I cannot do that. So if I'm in the zone though, and then the music goes off, I can just literally trance out for hours with no music on after I've gotten into the role of things. But it's just getting into it is very difficult. But my regular stuff, like, yeah, I'll listen. Sometimes I listen to, like, if it's the morning time, I'll listen to, like, I know it sounds like counterintuitive, but, like, I'll listen to, like, drum and bass and stuff like that in the morning. More in the afternoon, when I'm getting, like, sleepier, I'll actually put on more relaxing background music. And then at night, it's back to more hyperactive stuff. But I've kind of like learned that if I'm feeling tired, I'm not gonna like fight my brain on it anymore, you know? Like, if that's what it's telling me, like if that's what like my body's telling me that it's like feeling the tired, I'm like, all right, let's play into that. Let's like put on some relaxing stuff, and it actually works a lot better for me too, rather than trying to like force a specific mood. In terms of productivity anyways, it's not like a given. It doesn't always work that way. Yeah, I'm already like kind of like thinking of maybe a pose or something for this. That's why it's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Don't mind me. Thinking of like getting him. This is usually where I like F up with the knees because I twist them. You see like how I mentioned this at the very beginning, like it's a shorthand issue that I need to break. Like stop twisting the knees, dude. Stop it. Come back to it. But that's what I was saying. Somebody had asked me, oh, what's the most difficult like body part for you? Like right now it's the knees. I always mess the knees up. Them stupid knees. Okay, I will put on a separate thing here. Yeah, this music makes me go on. I'm so sorry. I'll look at chat in a second. This is a kind of music that just zones me out real, like, because it's literally nothing but just a couple of sounds. Like very predictable. Just like seeing how far I can push this bend. I'll do a hand here. And... yeah, I agree. EDM or ambient, it's good stuff. Urban cowboy sounds like a milkman. What the heck are you talking about? Old Star Trek episodes? I guess if it's like super comforting, I can see that. Music with lyrics too distracting, but long Let's Play videos with people talking helps you focus? I have no idea why, but hey man, if it works for you, it works for you. Another streamer I watch can't have lyrics either. Trip hop or jazz helps her focus. Yeah, I don't know. It's something about like anytime somebody's talking, I can't. Like it bothers me. Like I okay, this sounds like super weird, right? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe a lot of people have this, but if I have a thought that I want to try to think about, and I'm trying really hard to think about that thing, even if I'm not like I should just say that I'm trying to think, like shut up. But if somebody else is talking, I cannot, like, for the life of me, think about what's in my head. Like, I have to focus on what that person is saying, and then I get angry. Like, what's the why? It's so stupid. But yeah, like, even that's the thing with lyrics in songs as well. Like, I'll get angry at the music if it's talking too much, if they're singing too much, and I'm trying to think about something. All right, T-post to sub T. There we go. Now it'll just go back into its subtools. Very nice. A rage listener, oh my god. He's looking to the sky for salvation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I enjoy, like, gesture sculpting a lot. Oh, actually, made a little bit of progress on that other one that I'm doing with the assassin. But I have to do 2 armor sets for it, so it's probably gonna take a long time before it's done. Feels bad, man. What are you, like 3D coat spokesperson or something? I don't think I'll be using 3D coat, to be honest. I've got everything I need right here. Yeah. Oh, it's a Jesus pose. I see what you're saying. I see where you're... Okay. Okay, Mark. Well played. Well played. I thought you were just, you were doing what the Blender people do. I'm in here and you're just like, yeah, but have you tried this, though? I just immediately get defensive. I'm sorry. Well played. Breathe? What do you mean breathe? Did I forget to breathe? Do you ever forget to breathe? I forget to breathe sometimes. Like if I'm really like focused on something, I'll realize my heart is beating really fast all of a sudden and I'm like, okay. Like as if holding your breath will help you concentrate more. Help you see better, you know? It's so stupid. There, I did it again. Okay, breathe. He likes some sticky notes. I have sticky notes saying like posture check and stuff like that. Oh yeah, water. True. Yeah, if you're not drinking water, drink water. The Ashley method. Yeah, I love using snake hook. I like how it just like pushes and pulls things around. It kind of, to me, it feels like you're kind of using clay, right? Because it's very like, you can just smear stuff around where however you like it. I like that personally. I know, you know, if you don't like it, you don't like it, that's fine, but it's a lot of fun. And like, just, it's, you know, just for gesture and stuff too. Can help a lot, because then you're getting stuff out there as fast as possible. And when it comes to a gesture, if you can put like energy in how you pull things out and things like that, like it really helps. I like snake hook. Can't tell. But you really do need to embody that idea of like, it doesn't matter if you mess things up, you can always fix it. If you don't, then you're just gonna have some issues being all free. No, we're not. We're just about only like halfway through, so still have 2 more hours. You're not late. Oh, I hate this song. Sorry. You got accepted for an MA degree. Nice! Congrats, Bobbles. I hope that it I hope that it's everything that you need. That's cool. Use the artifacts? Yes. Yeah, I really like using the artifacts for sketch lines and things like that. Gesturally speaking, it's kind of speeds things up. Let the mess be a mess. It's a lot of fun. Do I stream my work personally? Not on Pixelogic channel. Yeah, but not regularly enough to like actively be promoting it or anything. You're free to like follow. My Twitch is right there. If I do end up going live, I usually just kind of like announce it on any of these channels. It hasn't been for a few months. But if I do end up going live, it's like a random thing. There's no like set schedule or anything like that. And it's usually a different vibe from these ones. It's a lot more hyperactive and freaky and like weird, and I swear a lot. So if that's not your vibe, then just watch me on these ones. A lot more of a freak on my channel. Here I'm representing a brand, and so I have to be normal. Yeah, my channel is something special. I don't know, man. But yeah, I don't stream super frequently though, unfortunately. I can figure out a way to do it that isn't disruptive to like my work schedule, and also Eric's work schedule, then I'll do it. But, you know, can't really be in meetings and I'm over here screaming about buttholes. Like, it's not really ideal. See, not against the protocol, suggested Jeremy Sewell for, yeah, unfortunately I cannot use anything that's not copyright free. That's why I use pretzel rocks. If anybody wants to know the stuff that I'm using, this is what we use on this channel. A lot of the artists here use this one, so you can just kind of flip through that if you got like your own like YouTube or whatever, anything copyright free that you need, so it's pretty good. Do I yeah, Angelus, I know you love that. You love that, but and we have a lot of fun over there, but like I said, I cannot find a proper proper time for it right now. So when I go live, it's always super random. I'm also not like a huge fan of commitment. So getting an actual schedule going is like, I don't know. Find like if I'm sketching on my own channel, unless like I'm literally ignoring the chat, I don't get very much done because we're always just screaming about stupid. You forgot how to fart. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to help you with that one. I'm not exactly sure how you describe how to fart to somebody, so good luck with your journeys on learning how to fart again, sir. Apologize for not being a fart doctor. Wrong. Bicep goes like this. Finished Devil May Cry 5 after not playing for years. Nice. In Devil May Cry? Isn't that the super edgy edgelord dude? That's like, his whole thing is just being as edgelord as he possibly can be. I've never played Devil May Cry. Cintiq versus tablet. Cintiq is, I would recommend for painting, or if you're doing like more gestural stuff. It's not needed for sculpture at all. If you're doing back and forth from painting, so then I would say a Cintiq is worth it, but otherwise like a desktop tablet is better for your overall posture and everything like that. I don't know if anybody watches Donkey on YouTube, but his review of the chaos thing, I was like crying laughing. Chaos. Where's chaos? I don't know why Devil May Cry made me think of that other thing, because it's made by Square Enix, I think. Chaos. Hey Jack, what's up? Oh wait, actually no. To delete that, I'm gonna do one of these. One of those. Oh. Your exact posture right now, dude. Yes. Yes. Yeah, because I feel like with sculpting, okay, so sculpting, you don't have to be as extremely precise. This is from personal experience. Maybe you'd have a different experience. But from my own experience, you don't have to be super precise. Like, you can get away with a desktop tablet a lot easier with the hand-eye coordination disconnect for sculpting, because you're making overall large shapes and then refining. You could do the same with painting, but I find personally that brush strokes mean more with painting, like being precise with them, more precise anyways, that the hand-eye coordination helps a lot with a Cintiq, but with sculpting it's not the exact same in regards to that, because you can kind of keep pushing and pulling things around. 5 minutes oh yeah, true, I need to take a break. Thanks for reminding me. I need to actually go to the bathroom. I didn't even realize. Okay. Save. All right, no worries, Jamal. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. I am gonna go take a quick break, and then I will be back to sculpt more of whatever this dude is. Whatever he is. I don't really know. Ooh, different angles. There we go. Okay. I will be back in just a few minutes, and we'll go for another 2 hours. Okay? Okie dokie. Alright. This boy. Come on. Okay. There you go. There he is. Big boy. This is Big Monty time. Alright, let me get rid of the BRB. He is a big boy. He's a very big boy. He's bigger than he seems. Like, he's a pretty chonky dude, you know? He's a pretty chonky dude. Look at his legs. He's just you're just a sack. It's a big sack. Have I sculpted him? Yeah, I made him into a paladin. A paladin. Sir Monty the good boy. Reaper, don't be weird. Don't be weird. Poor dog. Why? What's wrong with him? Why is he poor? Are you poor? I mean, true, you don't bring in any bills. He does not do any work. Maybe that's what makes him poor. Hey, puppy? No, he quite literally is just a sack. It's just... Sack boy. Sack boy. He loves being hugged, though. It's big hugs. Oh, hey, Renaud, how are you doing? How's it going? It's been a while. What's up? Are you liking the new job? Well, new-ish. Been there for a little bit now, I'm sure. Okay, you ready? You down? Ready to go down? Yeah, okay. Okay. Wait, oh, careful. Oh, good. Good boy. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's such a hard life. Difficult life. Okay. No, you don't get paid for this. This is not a paid thing. This is just volunteer for fun. But you can apply to it. You can apply to it. It's on their... So the application form, you can find it on their Twitch channel. I think you're already... No, you're not. So if you go to their Twitch channel, then you scroll down into the About Us section, you can find the apply now, and you just click that and it'll give you a form to send in. Just volunteer. I've been doing this for years now. I already did sculpt Monty. What do you mean? Did I do this? Nah. Nah, I'll do it from scratch. Do it from scratch, screw it. Ooh, I hate this. I hate this. I hate that. I hate that music. Okay. Renaud is gone the second that he shows up. sadness. Hope he's doing good. Okay, for telling me to sculpt my dog, I will prove it to you that I have already sculpted my dog. And I gave him a royal sculpture, in fact. Here, my art station. Right here. Okay? There he is. Wait. There we go. Yeah. My boy. Already sculpted him. There he is. All regal. All glammed up. It was just for the beta test. The ZBrush beta test. Did this for while I was beta testing. Yeah. He's a good-uns. Oh, I got Monty in my eyes. You know what sucks is I'm actually allergic to him. And every time I face plant into him, I end up having issues afterwards. But I can't help it. It's hard not to. Yeah, exactly. If you're doing like a full project, no matter what you're doing, like this is like Sir said, this is just sketching. Like this is not for production. This is like I am literally just gesturing and having fun. So if you are doing something for production, the cleanup, like let's say you wanted to do cleanup while on stream, dude, you guys would be snoring if you saw me doing cleanup. It's just like that's the part of the process that I don't like streaming, just because like it takes a really long time. But if I were doing something conceptual, then I don't mind leaving things really like messy, but it's when I have to clean stuff up. I'm like, nobody really, like you may think that you want to watch that, but you don't. You would want to watch it for informational purposes, of course, but it's not entertaining. It's not enjoyable to watch. For most people anyways. Some people enjoy it, but it does not maintain focus very well. I love gesturing like this. It's a lot of fun. Because you can be as like messy as you want and just kind of like indicate where things are gonna go. Enjoy that. But this is not something you would do for production at all. Unless, of course, you're like just trying to sell an idea, or maybe you're doing like a figure or something like that. You know, and you're trying to sell an idea for it. You would still absolutely have to clean this up majorly. But in terms of just sketching, totally fun. slumbered quite a many times learning. Yeah, fair. Fair. Could I make a Sir Monty comic using ZBrush? I mean, yeah, I guess like if I really wanted to, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I have so many things that I want to do. Oh man, not enough time to do everything. Any advice for a beginner in the industry, like searching for some studios and learning that style, etc.? So you're saying that like you're looking for studios right now. Okay, so I'm gonna come at this from specifically my point of view. If it doesn't really like make sense to you, I would ask the other streamers as well. And the reason why I say that is because when I got my job, it was very like lucky, and it's hard for me to really remember exactly where I was mentally to help you out with that. A lot of it is RNG. I would just say focus on the things that you really like. If you see a good opportunity on like a job board or something of that nature, like LinkedIn is a really good one. People tell me that they get jobs from there all the time. However, personally, I get my work through posting things online, being visible, and of course, like it's a little bit different because I do stream and lots of people see this stream. So there's that as well. But when you're first getting into the industry, like one of the big things is don't go for a job that isn't something that you want to do. I would say some people might have different advice for you. Personally though, I would not go for a job that you don't want to do, because the industry is very good at typecasting people. And so once you get into a specific role and you've been doing that for a little bit of time, it's kind of hard to pivot. It's not impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible, but to say that maybe you want to be a character artist. This is a more popular one. You want to be a character artist, you go into environment art. A lot of the time you just end up in the environment art lane, right? And it might not be something that you absolutely love. Not saying environment art is bad either. If you want to be an environment artist, but you end up in like a different category like tech art or something like that, right? It's the same idea. So you might not love that category. You're just like, I'm desperate to get into the industry. It doesn't really like work that way unless like maybe you're indie. Like if you're doing something indie related, like, or a small project, only a couple of people are on the team, it would be easier to wear multiple hats and things like that, but you're not going to get paid as much, right? And so there's that aspect as well. But if you're in like a big studio, let's say like you wanted to go to like a studio that has like 500 employees, it's very much everybody is in their own lane. Things are pretty bureaucratic for the most part. So if you were to choose a position as a junior, then you're going to be like, there you are. That's your lane. And you have to go through all of this stuff, their studio pipeline specifically for changing, that it can be kind of difficult from what I've seen. So in my opinion, I would say if it isn't a job that you're super excited about, when it comes to artwork, maybe skip on it if you can afford to. If you can afford to get a different job outside of the field while you're looking for the job specifically that you do want, when it comes to creative stuff, I think that that's worth it, because then you're not going to be stuck doing something you really don't like, you know? You're not going to feel stuck. You're not going to learn to hate it or anything like that. You know, no early bitterness. That's a big thing as well, is just getting, like, you know, juniors becoming jaded really quickly as well. So yeah, get paid. Absolutely get paid. If the job is not paying you very much, you know, like, weigh the pros and cons of it. A lot of the time, you know, you're young, you're getting into the industry, you're just like, I just need my foot in the door, but you don't realize, like, how shafted you might be getting at some of these places in terms of your money. Like, is it actually worth it? Do you think that you're just going to be able to walk up, you know, the ladder of hierarchy that quickly in order to change that pay scale? Usually not. A lot of the time, like, you know, juniors are just kind of like used and abused, unfortunately. So make sure to watch that. If it's not a livable salary, don't take it. You can find a different job again outside of the industry until you find one that pays you properly, right? So don't do that. Absolutely don't do that. For example, here's a horror story from me, okay? This is coming from experience. Now, the first job that I got, I didn't know what it is that I wanted to do, so it's a little bit different, right? Like, if you know what it is that you want to do, like, I want to be in games and I want to be a character artist specifically in games, so, like, okay, you know what you want to do. Me, coming out of school, I really didn't, and I ended up getting a character art job on Barbie, which was at Art at the time, and I was kind of like, whatever, like, it's Barbie, but I was also hyped that I was like a character artist. I was like, that's pretty cool. So as time went on, though, because I was trying really hard at the job, okay, I was trying really hard, and I was doing well, and I ended up on a project that gave me, this is kind of ridiculous for a junior only working 1 year, by the way, to then transfer into a lead-like position. That was my deal. At a 500-person large studio, I was dealing with lead-like responsibilities on the show Elena of Avalor. That was pretty brutal. It was demanding a lot from me, and I had to learn very quickly about things, and I was doing a lot of, like, overtime, and it was just, it kind of, like, sucked, and I was getting paid a junior salary. And so when I went to HR, to try and work this out, some issues came up in terms of the HR person not really understanding where I was coming from. I don't know if they were, like, new to the animation industry and came from a different industry or something, but they didn't really understand that I was taking on a lot more and I wanted a raise. And so what ended up happening is I was talking to my producer a lot, which she was very nice, but she was also keeping me on that project because I was doing a good job. Now, this is where I'm telling you, if you're doing a good job at your job, which you should be, make sure that you like it, because if you don't like it, you're going to get stuck on the thing because the producer's like, you're doing really good, right? And so then they keep you there. So that's what I'm saying. Make sure you like what you're doing because you should be trying really, really hard at your job, right? And so I was stuck on this and I was doing all of this stuff, and my producer ended up leaving after I was talking to her, like, hey, am I gonna get a raise? And she's like, yeah, I definitely will put in good words for you, all this kind of stuff. She ended up leaving. And before I ended up getting that, so I went to HR myself, and I was super nervous, and I laid everything out for them. And if you believe me or not, right, believe me or not, I got laughed at. I literally got laughed at by this woman. Laughed out of the room. I ended up almost crying. Not quite. I was like, no, I'm not going to cry about this. Absolutely not. No way in hell am I going to cry about this. And a week later, because the company, I didn't know at this time, was going through a lot of like financial problems. It ended up going into solvency, right? Like this was a bigger problem, bigger than me. But afterwards, like a week later, because I was also asking, can I please go on to a different project, because it was just too much for me. Like I want like a raise, and I want to go to a different project. I've been on this project for a long time. And and yeah, I was laughed at. And then a week later, there was like this like company-wide announcement that, oh, Elena of Avalor is no longer going to be continued and it's going to a different studio. And I was like, well, I'm going to a different project, right? And she literally walked by me scoffing. I kid you not. She walked by me scoffing, being like, yeah, you'll like that, won't you? I was like, whoa. So this is where I'm coming from with the advice that I'm giving you, is just make sure that what you are doing you like, because there could be a lot of things that I like, again, that was like kind of really toxic, that entire experience. But the other people that I worked with were awesome. It was just like that, like very specific people really sucked. No, like, so it's not like the whole industry is like that. You get into positions, some people are in positions that they shouldn't be in, and they'll take the wrong idea from you or whatever. They won't understand where you're coming from. Soft skills are very important in this industry, right? And, you know, not like, anyways, whatever. What I'm trying to say is just make sure that you like what you like, because you'll get stuck on things. You'll get given a lot of responsibilities for that thing if you're doing really good on it. And you'll get worn out very quickly. So that's where I'm also like, okay, well, if you're a junior and you're like, oh, this thing is coming up, maybe I'll just do that because you're super gung-ho. Be careful. That's all. Be careful. Yeah, every industry, it's just sort of a thing, right? Like, some people just think that they're better than, or whatever it is. I don't really know. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. I don't know. Who knows, man? Yeah, I was not the lead for Elena. I wasn't the official lead artist for Elena of Avalor. I was just doing lead responsibilities for it. So I was dealing with, like, so it was kind of like an outsourcing hell as well. It was, we only dealt with the first season of it as well. So all of, like, the base characters and stuff. I don't know. There were, in the first 3 episodes alone, like 100 characters, something ridiculous. Like, it was just absolutely ridiculous. There's a lot of really awesome people too that I met at that company, so it's not all bad, but yeah, just be careful. Definitely be careful as a junior. Keep your eyes open. You know, you're wearing rose-colored glasses. I get that. You're like, I'm finally in the industry, but yeah. That's not my only instance too of being laughed at as well. Oh my god, okay. So there was another, here, I'll give you guys another story. So I was, it's so weird, like I'm kind of like shaky telling you guys this. It's so strange. Like I get like so nervous when I start any kind of conflict that has happened. I get so like, oh my god, what did I do? Like, can I fix it? Can I fix it? Like, I don't want to be like, I'm so sorry, apologetic. But a lot of the time, it, like, you know, on hindsight, it's like, I literally just existed. So, but in the moment, like I just get really like worried and scared, like an adrenaline rush, but in like a really bad way. Yeah, so when ARC went under, I ended up having to do a bunch of interviews at other places. like it was in Toronto, and basically like the whole industry in Toronto got together after that because they were like, oh my god, that's awful. Like the whole studio went into solvency without like even telling people. It was just like you show up and there's a note on the door kind of thing. That's what ended up happening. And so like all of Toronto, all the studios in Toronto kind of like held hiring things, and I think a lot of the people, like, well, not a lot, but there were some people that were doing it just because they wanted to do it, I guess, to look good, or because everybody else was. Because when I ended up going, I got accepted for an interview at this one company. I'm not gonna name names because I don't want to be like weird about it or anything, but I ended up getting accepted for an interview at this one company. I ended up going, and the one guy was on his iPad the entire time. Like, he wasn't paying attention to anything I was saying, and the woman was giving me like questions and stuff, and I was answering as good as I can. But then she would like you know, turn to the other guy and start like laughing about random stuff with him, and then it came to like, oh, what are the other like past shows or past productions that you've worked on? And I mentioned Barbie, and they ended up laughing at me for longer than was comfortable. So that was super cool. It's like, I literally just existed, but okay. Barbie was dope, man. I don't know why that reaction. Barbie was sick. Whatever. So yeah, there's like toxicity in the workplace for sure. But not everywhere is like that. A lot of the people that I've worked with recently are just absolutely super, super, super cool. And I think too, there's a lot more like spotlight on this stuff as of recently, which is a good thing. Shouldn't like laugh at anybody for like what they've worked on. I mean, the hell. But yeah, of course, I left that interview shaking. Like, oh my god, I'm the worst person ever. Like, good times. Good times. I'm getting all like shaky thinking about it too. So stupid. Well, see, the thing is, a lot of the time, like, teachers at universities, I have a theory about, like, that, like, oh, just do whatever you can to get that job. Like, whatever you can out of school, get the job, get the job. I think a lot of that comes down to, like, placement, right? Like, universities do really well if they place people. It doesn't necessarily mean, like, they got their dream job afterwards or anything. It just means, hey, look, 90% placement rate means 90% of the people are working. It doesn't necessarily mean they're working at what they want or whatever. It's just like placement. So they might just literally be saying, hey, like, get a job, get a job, get a job. Like, no matter what, you know, you can change afterwards. Like, when it comes to art, it's like, I don't necessarily personally agree with that. However, you know, grab as much advice from different people as you can, and then kind of be the judge yourself, because there is no like real right or wrong in all of this. It's just sort of how you find your way through everything. You know, what works for you personally. Hey Forrest, what's up? Poor me? No, dude. I'm just telling you stories of like me when I was like a little junior, young and fresh and trying my best. Did I do commissions before the industry? Nope. No commissions for me. Was not a commission person. I didn't see it being worth it personally. Because, like, as much effort as it would have been per hour. I was better off just doing things that I wanted to. made a comment on a video about a game dev pulling its studios out of Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine, and not telling the Russian and Belarus studios until the day it happened. You mentioned what you described when the company you worked for went under, and you didn't find out until Friday before. You said it was Tangent. No, not Tangent. Wait. No. It wasn't Tangent. I worked for Tangent after Arc, but I wasn't there when Tangent pulled its projects. But yeah, any studio pulling out of pulling their work out, or just like completely shutting down without telling their workers, it's a total dick move. Total dick move. And it happened to me and everybody who worked at Arc. Like, there should be communication, but there wasn't any. That was a while ago. Long enough ago. I just, you know, it's just a story now. No, Arc was the studio that I was at when it went into solvency. I went to Tangent after Arc went into solvency. And Tangent was a fantastic place to work at when I was there. I really enjoyed working at Tangent. You're bummed out. You deleted a lot of your old artwork. Why did you do that? Did you do it by accident, or you did it on purpose? Like, you don't want to think about all your old artwork anymore? What happened? Last creature you made, the horse-like one? It just ended in that stream. I didn't feel like continuing it. You're new to ZBrush? Welcome. Welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Any chance you know what the keyboard shortcut for creating a polygroup with sharp edges out of a mask? Yeah, so if you got a mask like this, right? Control W. Control W. Working on a character creator is so boring. And you deleted all your old work? Confused. Yeah, we go for 4 hours during our sessions. Gives enough time for people, if they need to come in and ask what they need to ask. Just a chill time till I start recalling anxious moments of my past. I'm so bad at, I'm like actually so bad with conflict, it's not even funny. Can start dynameshing this stuff now too. Yeah, I'll dynamesh all of this. I don't really care that it's like that, so I'm actually gonna let it merge together. Fine, because we're gonna keep it that way. Is sculpting down in your brain? Are you having issues with something specific? Yeah, well, I mean, in general, it'll just take a lot of practice. I think the best thing is just keep doing stuff that you like to do. I keep repeating that, I know, but it is really important. The more you like to do it, the like interesting topics, the easier it'll be for you to learn and retain information. No reason in particular to drag this muscle, make it longer, just because it looks cool. Even though it won't serve any real purpose. Sorry. $2 million before you start more and more? Oh, you definitely don't need to do that. In fact, I would recommend keeping it as low res as you can, for as long as you can. Oh, sorry. What time is it? From here, it's 9 p.m. Okay. Getting into combat sports, boxing in specific, general gym weightlifting, not only can I hold your own difficult situation, you remain calm and I mean, yeah, I think, so going to the gym for me just helps the anxiety, like working out in general just helps my anxiety overall. But I'm still, it doesn't stop me from trying to like make sure that everybody's happy all the time. Like, it is a, you know what I mean? But I do definitely think that everybody should work out to some degree. Just, it's good for your health in your brain. So I agree with that. Brain sketching. Yes, it is brain time. You buy the full version of ZBrush. Are the updates only for 1 year? I'm not 100% sure what is going on with all of that anymore. I think it's safe to assume that they will be charging for updates in the near future because near-ish future. But yeah, I think it like any update that's gonna come past like 2022, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe will be paid for. Like you'll have to pay. Yeah, unfortunately I'm just streaming on the Pixelogic channel right now, but feel free to follow my other Twitch channel. If there is a random unicorn event and I go live, it'll be right here. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, did I not answer your question? Control-Shift-E, that adds an edge loop and gives you a sharp edge? I thought you meant just making a polygroup. Apologies, because yeah, the polygroup hotkey is Control-W. Has like such a very specific belly button. The very specific looking belly button. Well, it's centipede. It'd have a disturbingly few limbs. True. True. I don't know, man. I don't think we're gonna centipede this one. A shocking turn of events. Doesn't look like we're gonna centipede today. It's a collapse news. What sort of environment would this live in? Your nightmares? Genuinely wasn't thinking of like an environment for this thing at all. I realized I haven't like been talking too like, I mean, I guess like I've been taking breaks and talking a bunch, but it's been a lot more like focused this stream. Apologize if I've been missing comments. I blame it on the weather. It's a really rainy day today. Got me all sleepy. Look like some kind of a predator. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Probably the teeth. Might be giving it away. Hey Shader, what's good, dude? How you doing? Oops. I'm gonna give him a little like ponytail here. A little ponytail. This is the belly gives this guy NPC energy. Okay. Okay. So specific. Curves do be fun. Alright, see you, Leonard. Thanks for hanging out. What's up, what's up? Volcanic area, the shape of the mouth, reaching for into areas that are hot, maybe a denser form of flesh than the rest. This thing in a volcanic area? I would say maybe this would be like it wants. What it want to be doing with this mouth though? What this mouth do? Maybe closer. I mean, it's not very like aquatic, but I can see it like using its mouth for more of like the water, I guess. I don't know. I didn't give this any thought in regards to that. So what you did is called a mask. Yes. Wait, what? I'm missing comments, dude. I'm so sorry. Let's see. The most handsomest gargoyle. Yes, he's got quite a poise to him, doesn't he? Cave dweller on the mountainside. Yeah, I think that does make sense. Bog beast. I could see it in the bog too, for sure. From The Witcher. I think it's because of the ponytail, maybe. A bear mouthwise and his tail reminds me of a rat. Looks really good. Thank you. Appreciate it. I don't like his front profile too much. I think something. I'm actually alarmed at how fast I can press escape now when autosave shows up. Like, I should really stop doing that. So bad. Tell him to sit straight. Yo, sit your ass straight up. Fix that posture, boy. He didn't listen. Sorry. He actually, he told me I'm not his mom, so can't really argue. I mean, technically, I definitely am his mom. This is my child, actually. So he's wrong. I am his mom. I'm definitely his mom. You like my son? You guys like my son? Great person. Thank you. I raised him myself. I'm so glad that you like his personality, honestly. Like he's got my smile. You know? Thank you, Mark. I know, he's beautiful. He's a beautiful man. He is a good boy. Yeah. Hey! The emote. Oh, you're talking about your dude sitting straight. Yeah, your son might not, he might rebel and just continue to be the letter S instead. Last resolution, please. Thank you. How much time do we have? Okay, 20 minutes. It's gonna stay sketchy in some areas. Is what it is. Wish I could sit back on my tail to chill. Yeah, that's not what's happening here. He is, That is not a tail that he's sitting back on. That tail, bruh. Hey, we have a question. You'd love to have your smooth brush set at 50 instead of 100 and by default. Is that possible? I think you can save over your brush. Back up your brush file just in case. Like back up your smooth brush and like from your brush folder, and then if you select the smooth brush here, right? If you save it out, you can save it out, like save as, and you should be able to like save over top of the default. But if you mess it up, you can't, like, you know, you'll have to get a save file of it to replace it, so. Yeah, spacebar, you can access all of it as well, and in your brush palette as well. So whatever you have, like if, let's say you click Shift, right, and you can save this as, works as well. Spacebar works, or right click, either way. Rat anymore, no. It's just a sad demon man. Just doing some yoga. Just chilling. He's just real sad. Stretching his arms, doing them hand stretches, you know, like gotta stretch it backwards. Let's go. I know people who can like stretch this all the way down to their forearm. I cannot. But it's good to do a stretch like this. Very, very good. How much time you take for the sculpting like this from 0 to complete? So this right here, this is during this entire stream. So like 4.5 or 3.5 hours so far is this. And then if I wanted to take this to completion, like full details and everything, it would probably be another 8 hours on top of this. Maybe we can go all the way up to another 40 hours, depending, or even longer, depending on what it is that I'm doing exactly, right? So for like personally, I probably wouldn't take it more, like if I were to continue it, I probably wouldn't take it more than another like 8 hours. And then I'd be kind of done with it. But it really just depends on you as a person. Yeah, you can make a, yeah, you can also do that as well. If you wanted to change your hotkey, make a new brush, that works too. That's a workaround. Thank you. Big tips from the chat. You guys don't even need me, honestly. What am I good for? I'll just quit streaming. You guys got all the tips. Lol. Lol. He does taxes in hell. He's just depressed. Like, God damn it. Yeah, the hell IRS. They're coming for me. The CRA. Getting the hungries, the grumblies, bro. My stomach is starting to sound like this guy would sound. LCBA. Can we write off this from torture? My God. How much time can I get off of eternal torment? Do I get the ice bucket today, perhaps? Here. 3D energy drink. The 3D energy drink. What? We're waiting for this meat to thaw. Huh. He talks like Ross from Friends. I can see that. It's just, it's the face. It's like his expression and everything. I can see that. You don't need me. We only answer when you're in the zone. I appreciate it, you guys. Honestly, like, break me out if you need, if you want to ask a question and I'm like in the zone again. Like, the whole reason why I'm here is to answer questions. So just try and get my attention. try and not be so out of it, I guess. Let me get some. Care if this is like an exact circle right now. I do not give a flying crap. A flying poo-poo. Not at all. Cheating glossiness. Lol. It needs goat eyeballs? Nah, it's got weird people eyeballs. It's to make you really uncomfortable. Exactly, he's gotta look at his taxes. He might miss something during an audit. Can't have the Ozarks running right underneath his collapsed nose, you know? I ended up not finishing the Ozarks too, because it was just like, I was just getting too stressed out watching it. It's a good show though. I just kind of stopped. Feels like a Skyrim dragon? Bro. What the hell is this? This does not look like a Skyrim dragon. What do you mean? Something with the detail in face, but you killed it with those eyes. Hello. Sir, standing too close. Can you please back up? Don't like it, your breath smells. The Elden Ring statue that attacks you is actually a mimic. See if I can Oh god, now he's in questionable like amounts of okay, stop rolling your eyes backwards, dude. And now he's like moe. So kawaii. We'll just I'm gonna keep it there. Oh no. No, you know what he reminds me of now that I'm thinking about it is Titan AE. It's got the Titan AE vibes. You know the dude that I'm talking about, the alien guy? The cargo guy? God, I love Titan AE. Demon I hate. Yeah. Let me see if I can find like the Titan AE dude. What's the character's name? Goddamn. This dude. Oh, he doesn't really like he's got vibes though. Got the man, I love this character. He's so cool. What's his I don't know who this guy is. Wait. Who's this guy? What's his name again? He has these vibes, doesn't he? He's got these vibes. God, I love Titan AE. So cool. It's such a cool show. It's such a cool vibe. Dude, bring back this aesthetic. It's the same kind of thing as Atlantis. Dude, bring it back. Bring it back. Oh my god, bring it back. I love it. Freaking love it. Man. Like, I don't care if anybody says like Titan AE was a bad movie, like bad plot or whatever. I don't really care about the writing so much as like the overall vibe of it, the overall like I mean there's nostalgia there to be fair, but I don't know. I love the 90s feeling of everything but in space. It's kind of great. Preed, right, thank you. Yeah, Preed. Dude, he was great. I loved him. The animation too, everything. Titan AE. Guy's got Preed vibes. Like, it was the same kind of deal, like Treasure Planet was there as well in that category. Oh man, the glory days of animation. Maybe it's all just nostalgia. Maybe they're really awful movies. I haven't watched them in a long time, but they were good from what I remember. I really liked the aesthetic. The vibes. It's vibey. This dapper demon. I would like to collect your taxes. As chat has given me a role. Ugh. I don't even know what we're doing here. This is something, I don't know. Definitely something. Should probably end though. I'll show you guys where I'm at with the other thing that I was doing, which eventually I'll get done. How you doing, ABBN? How's it going? That movie reminds me of a right? It's great. Is there a way to merge down subtools but keep their polygroups separate? Yeah, when you merge your subtools, all the polygroups are still intact. So if you've made polygroups in your separate subtools, and then if you merge down, like if you just say merge down, then it'll keep that. Hey, Montreal! Canada! Hoggy woggy. Okay, I'm gonna load up the other thing just to show, and then I'll ditch. It's gonna take a long time though, because I have a lot of like there's gonna be two armor sets with this one. So there's going to be a lot of work here, but I edited quite a bit of the pose. The weapon is done. You know exactly what this is. If you know, you know. But I'm happy with the flow of this one now, so I'm gonna probably finish that up. I just started on the other armor set, so like this armor set, I started on it. So I'm working basically. If you do anything that is dynamic like this in a pose, like let's say you do your rough like this, then I wouldn't recommend like trying to do the entire armor set in a T pose or an A pose and then specifically pose that one again. Just take bits and pieces of the armor and play with it like Lego and replace them all over the place, because it's so, when it comes to armor, you're gonna have to cheat a lot of stuff with like hyper dynamic poses like this. It's just gonna be a lot of resculpting. So I've got a bunch of different mannequins going at once right now for this character. But here's the weapon. It's got all of this. So yeah, I should just like turn off all of this right here. At least the weapon is done. At least there's that. You'll never see the details, so I'm just showing the hand. Don't mind the hand right now. Yeah, everything else has to get up to par. Gonna be a lot of work. But fun. Anyways. Back to demon. Alright. So. You love the demon one? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Weird awakening? Question mark? Okay, let me just put this guy up on the screen and then I'll end the stream. There he is, in all his glory. All right, well, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Had a good time. If you want to follow me on any of my socials, feel free. They're all here. And yeah, follow ZBrush Live /Pixelogic /Maxon wherever you're watching them, because there's a lot of other streamers that stream here, and they're very, very talented. And honestly, I gave advice today, but if it was not satisfactory to you, I don't blame you. And I actively encourage everybody here to seek out as many different voices as you can, so that you can kind of pick through what it is and make it work for you specifically. We're all gonna have our different workflows, our different techniques, our different ways of approaching things, even how we got into the industry, it's all going to be very different. So it's good to kind of go around and talk to a bunch of the different streamers. That's what, you know, what we're here for. So definitely give the channel a follow, check out the other awesome artists, and I will see you guys on the next one, which should be next Wednesday. All right guys, good night, see you around.